Afternoon, everybody. How we doing? How we doing? Oh, looks like there's quite a few people in already. Ah, could be busy. Could be busy. George first in today. Look, Michael Hyde, Gary Cooper, Mervyn, Andrew Alsfa, Tuesday Transistor Turnaround. David Roberts, Nick Petronics, Cat's watching as well. Nick, excellent. Afternoon, Derek, Andy Beck. Oh, Andy, just dropped your radio in the garage and smashed it. Oh, you'll have to let us know what it is, Andy. George is back. Aston's got the popcorn on. Mark E, afternoon, Mark. Stephen Devereaux. Stephen has made it this time. Having a timing problem. Your TV isn't the right time or YouTube's on the wrong time. About an hour out on PC now, though. Yeah, I've got a strange thing with my PC. I mean, it's supposed to like log into the internet and all the rest of it, but it won't. I mean, this is the latest Windows version. It just won't, for some reason, connect with the time on the internet. I keep trying to refresh it, but it doesn't need it. I need a haircut, George. You are right. Hi, Harvey. Yeah, glad Maggie's starting to get a bit better, George. That's good news. Doug McCartin. Harvey, I think I did say hello, Harvey, didn't I? Doug McCartin. Afternoon, Doug. Sean at Man Cave Workshop. Hey up. Dave Rhodes. Hi, Dave. For you to be in at the start. You're all totally running out of things to do now, aren't you? So you've got to come and watch me. I've done you twice now, Harvey. There you go. So yeah, I thought we'd have a look at this bush that I looked at on Sunday. I mean, the bad thing about it is the dial cords come off. Whether we're going to do the dial cord live, I don't know. Bit of a glutton for punishment, aren't I? So we could well do it live. I haven't made my mind up yet. There's got quite a few things wrong with it, though, as we find out on Sunday. It's not too bad, though, to be fair. It's only mainly servicing work. Probably a lot of those old capacitors will be tired now, and the guy actually wants to, I believe, what's his wording? He wants it for a reliable long-term workhorse for his workshop. So it's going to be asked to do a hell of a lot of hours until I keel over. So I think we're going to need to recap it in that case, don't you? No Benji, no dial cord. Hi Benji. You're lagging here. Must be your internet. Afternoon Cyberflyer. Bretsky. You're here, but not on chat this afternoon. No worries, mate. ZX. Afternoon, ZX. You need to ask me a question. It's a critical. Have you got something nice to drink? I had lots of nice things to drink yesterday, ZX. So today, I'm on lime and soda. Is it highly strung? It's pretty lowly strung at the moment. Derek is all hanging out of it. So welcome ZX anyway. So yeah, I thought we'd have a look at the Bush VTR. I did do a long time ago, and in fact I want to search it on YouTube, sorry, on Google earlier. I discovered that I was quite high up in the rankings for this particular radio. Just trying to find a playlist, and I'll share you the playlist of the radio that I did previously. So let's copy the link. Hello, that's the wrong button. Oh dear, here we go. So that's a link to the playlist I did on this radio back in 2016, I believe. A little while ago now, isn't it? Yeah, December 2016. I put the playlist together, so there's what five videos there. So quite a lot of work I did on that one. That was for a customer called Rob. This is a different radio, but it's the same model. So all the problems that I had with that one are going to be the same with this one. And I spent quite a few hours on that one. So let me get back to me chat. Afternoon, Clive. How are you? Right, but first of all, I've got a couple of thank yous to do. Let's go on to my main camera then. I'm going to turn around this way. I hopefully can still see the chat. Probably not that well, actually. I might have to move a couple of things in order to see the chat. So let's go onto the main screen. Looks like I've moved my webcam around a bit again as well. Oh well. There. So, a chap called Barry emailed me last week, said would I be of interest if he sent me some capacitors. So I said, thank you very much, Barry. I'd love to have some capacitors. So he sent me some capacitors in the post. I think these got here on Saturday, actually. I was going to show them on Sunday, but I totally forgot. Afternoon, Andrew Littleboy. Little boy? Yeah, that's right. So, anyway, Barry has very kindly sent me quite a nice little package, actually, of various bits and pieces. We've got some, and these are all good quality caps as well. We've got some 0.1 microfarads. 0.1s, eh? I don't think I've got any of those. At 50 volts. We've got some 4.7. That looks like Panasonics by the looks of it. And then we've got some Worth 100 UF at 35 volts. Some very shiny blue ones. 22 microfarads at 50 volts. So I think Barry's sort of either been really watching closely, because a lot of these I'm really low on. 1000 microfarads at 16 volts and 35 volts. But, we may well need one of those today. And I thought this was a typo on the packet. 1N4448 diodes. I thought it's 4148s, which are the common ones, but no, these are actually 4448. So whether they got different characteristics or they've got better current handling, I don't know. Hi Graham, what I love about your channel is your constant smile. Well, you've got to smile at me. What else are you going to do? And some 1N4007 RL. I'm not sure what the RL means. Saying these are 1000 volt 1 amp. So not sure what the RL means. Was it RC? But they are very useful in those old Volve things that we play with sometimes. And again, this is something that I was going to pick up and I didn't. And some bipolar 0.47 microfarads at 63 volts. And which radio was it? It was that R747, wasn't it? That Brett won. that had these in it, and I didn't have any at the time, so I just left the ones that were in there. But I have got some now, so thank you for that, Barry. And some 45 microfarads at 50 volts. So thank you very much for that, Barry. Much appreciated, mate. I shall get those packed away later on in my drawers, in my component drawers. It's wind, George. Yeah, so yeah, you're quite right, Sean. It's a lovely gesture, that, so thank you very much. And the other thing, Mr. Andrew Ausfa, I think he is hovering. He's working from home, I think, so flicking in and out. But he saw me struggling with my third hand tool on Sunday, wasn't it? Yeah, you see me struggling. I managed to snap off the arm of it as well, so really did struggle. Andrew, thank you very much. Just all lights up in front of me when someone does that. Thank you very much, Andrew. First super chat of the day. So yeah, Andrew very kindly sent me. What have I got? Just a second. I'll grab the box a minute. Hang on. Bear with me because I've got to lean right over the top of the camera to get it. Very kindly sent me that. I think I'm back in the picture. Now, I've looked at these quite a lot actually, but I've never actually got round to getting one. It's almost like people are reading my mind, aren't they? So it's a PCB holder. And I'll tell you what, if I'd had this when I did that airband radio, it would have knocked, I wouldn't say it would have knocked hours off, but it was certainly would have probably knocked 10-20 minutes off at least of the whole job, easily. So I have taken it out and I've assembled it. That's it, circuit board not included. Now there's a surprise, isn't it? What? What do some people think? That they're going to get a circuit board in it? Oh dear. So anyway, let's have a look. And there we are. Hopefully you can see that. That my great head in the way. Can you see that? Let's come this way a bit, and that way a bit, and a bit more. There we are. So, we have a circuit board holder. I mean, how easy is that to pop your component in, flip the board over and solder it? That would have been so much easier. So much easier. But as I say, I've got other bits and pieces that I've got to do that involve boards coming out on their own. In fact, we might have one today that this might come in useful for, out the old VTR178, if I don't get bogged down doing the dial cord. So it's adjustable, and worked out exactly what it does, but it's easy to take it out. It'll go really small, and these are metal jewels as well, so if I'm using the soldering iron or the heat gun, I shouldn't melt the plastic, but it will go out to quite a long distance. I mean, what is that? That's over a foot, surely. So if we're looking in old money, that's not quite a foot, but it'll go out to sort of 9 inches, look. So you could hold a 9-inch board in that. But I just thought I'd show it with that, Tim, because that is something that we were playing with in the week. So, well, in fact, we were playing with that quite a lot. I haven't quite worked out the easiest way of operating it yet, but it's pretty straightforward to click it in. So you can tighten it up as well, so it's really firm, or you can loosen it off so as you can rotate it. That's a brilliant bit of kit, so thank you very much for that, Andrew. Thank you very much. As I say, I have got some bits that I can use this for fairly soon, so it's not something that's never going to get used. That will be used a lot. Who else have we got? We have got someone else has popped in. Roberts, Sime or Sim, 66.99. Good afternoon to you, Theo. Afternoon, Theo. Used to have some large ones that had foam on one side to stop components falling out when you flipped it over. Even fancier, Benji. You bought another for yourself last night, did you, Andrew? Well, don't blame you, mate. It's a good bit of kit. So thanks again. Much appreciated. Right. Shall we get the patient up on the bench? Or should I, actually, I've got one other thing to show you. Where are they? Dress on there. This arrived. Been waiting for quite some time for this, but that's all down to the coronavirus, unfortunately. But this is from Bloor Edwards Limited. And anybody that knows Bloor Edwards knows that they are the potentiometer specialists. They can make pretty much, well, most potentiometers except the one in that Sony. So I had a problem with a customer's radio. In fact, it's a sort of problem with all of these radios, and that's the RP18, the Hacker RP18 Sovereign. And what tends to happen for some reason with age, actually not with age, it's basically people change the potentiometer in them for a modern equivalent, which is pretty bad, really. Have I got one there? Is that 47k? Yeah, okay. That's 4k7, but it's the same thing. So if you go online and you look at RS and all the other component people, and I think RS now are the only people that are doing these, they sell a 47k log pot with a switch on it. So pretty much this is all you can get. Now there's issues with these. Obviously the one in the RP18 is a 50k log pot, not a 47, so you're 3k out to start with on the track. The actual flat, I don't know, you probably can't see that, but basically the flat is there and the peg, the locating peg is there, so they're at a different angle. Whereas when you look at one of these, the flat is literally the same. So there's no, what am I trying to say? There's no difference in angle between the actual flat and the locating peg. So when you put this in your nice restored RP18, you find that the knob doesn't line up anymore. So the only way over that is to drill another hole in the top chassis plate and drop this lug into the new hole just to turn it around a little bit. Obviously you don't need to do that with an original. And I mean, you can tell the quality. You've got a plastic spindle instead of a metal one. So anyway, I discussed this with the customer because one of the issues, he'd had one of these changed. He hadn't done it, but the radio came with a replacement RS one of these in it. And it was, you couldn't turn it down. Well, you could turn it down, but it was still, you know, at minimum volume, it was still quite loud. So we did a couple little bits and pieces to try and sort that out, but to no avail. So we had a chat, and I said, well, we could try Bloor Edwards. They make pots. Let's have a chat with them. And I think I did discuss this in a live stream a while back. And apologies, I'll catch up with the chat in a minute. But anyway, I set about measuring all this, measuring the angle of the locating lug compared to the flat on the shaft. There was loads and loads of different things. I had to specify the switch type on the back. I think it was double post, single throw from memory. Obviously, it had to be 50k log. There was lots of different parameters. I had to put the spindle length in. I had to put the length of the flat on the spindle in. Loads. So I'm hoping, and I haven't actually compared one of these to original. This is an original out of an RP18, and this is like the RS equivalent of it. This is very, very light. It's all plastic with plastic track on it. So let's have a look at one of the ones from Blore then. There's one on his lonesome there. But don't get me wrong, these are a fair bit dearer than these. But you get what you pay for, to be honest, and these are proper pots. Let's have a look. Let's get this one out. Let's catch up with the chat a minute then. So what we saying? Torture rack ZX. Yeah. Get Mrs. Cruncher's fingers in that, couldn't we? How are you, Mike? Racing Demon, how are you? So, sounds like Hermes has lost something for Harvey. They are all running a long way behind at the moment, Harvey, so I wouldn't expect anything very quick. Elvis? Who's Elvis? I've missed the Elvis bit. Yeah, they do the stereo ones though, George. No, not really, Simon, because end of the day you've got to pull the thing out the radio, then you've got to send it off. I mean, there's a really nice little thing on the bottom of they got like a spec sheet basically, and you write down all the bits that you need. You type it all in this thing and then just send it off to them, and over it comes. So anyway, this is my pot. Hopefully I've got everything right. Hopefully I've got everything right. I haven't made a cock up. What's that? It's got a bit bashed about in the post, this one, look, by the looks of it. As I say, there's only one guy in there at the moment, and I expect he's actually flat out. Where's my pliers? Let's just bend this back. Don't snap them off, Graham. So we've got a metal shaft. Which is the same height. Flat is right on it. Not sure whether the that locating tab is right. Let me have a look. No. Just looking at the tab now. That's the wrong way. It should be there for off. So we might have to actually get these sent back. I'll have to try one in a set and see, but that one certainly is out. But is it my measuring? No, I don't think it is, because I actually drew a picture of it. No, that was the same. So it looks like they're going to have to go back. So they've ground the flat one in the wrong position. I'll need to double check my drawings on that, but yeah, that's not brilliant. But as I say, it's a much better job than what these replacements are. It's a totally different animal, isn't it? Very nice, but I will need to get them sorted because the flats aren't right on them. Ah well, I waited a long time for those as well. Budget Leon, I remembered your name this time, right? How you doing, mate? So there we are, Blore Edwards. If you want some made up, they're the men for the job, or the people for the job. Apart from mine's not right. It's a bit embarrassing, isn't it, for them? But there you go. I know my drawing is right because I've done it 3 or 4 different times, and I sent them an actual line drawing as well as a spec sheet. So anyway, I will try that in the set, just in case the one that I've just pulled out there is from a different set. Right, what are we doing on the chat? Your stereo rack came early, but that was UPS. Elvis is our Harvey. He certainly is. Or Harvey is our Elvis. Either way. How much? How much, Mike? What, for the pots? I think with the postage... And I actually ordered 5. Oh, they sent me a... Oh, that's another envelope. I don't think I've actually got the invoice, Mike. They were about 10-11 quid each, I think, from memory. About £10-11 each. But no, there's no invoice in there. I think there's a packing note in it, but I don't know where that is. But I will have to contact him. It's a shame because, I say, there's only one guy in there at the moment. All the rest have been sent home because of this coronavirus. So, what else are we doing? Time for a brew for Benji. Black tea for Sean. Pint of water. Yeah, I should think so, Sean. We were up to the early hours, put the world to rights and comparing photos. Did you get that, Mike? Value? Dandelion and burdock. I'd like a drop of dandelion and burdock, George. Lime and soda here. Oh, you're George Harrison as well at the moment, Harvey, are you? Man of many talents. Anyway, let's get this bush up on the bench. Let's get the bush on the bench. Doesn't sound right, does it? 70s MFI. Right, I'm going to have to make me smaller or stick me down in the corner. Let's stick me in the corner, shall we? And make me smaller. You don't need to see me at all, really. Yeah, so the hair is getting longer by the day, everybody. I'll be like ZZ Top soon, or who's a long-haired people, I don't know. Anyway, so this is the Bush multiband. Really nice, proper chrome 1970s radio. I actually did see the date on it here. Let's have a look. What are Radio Museum saying about it? 1973. So you can tell it's chrome. It's proper metal. It's cold to the touch. So the whole front is metal. Metal side handles, a really cracking chrome aerial. Multi-band. It's only got medium wave, no long wave on it, but 2 short wave bands, and it's got air band as well, which is the business. So when we looked at this one on Sunday, there was a major issue and lots of minor issues. Ice cream sober? Ice cream soda. You mean Cyberfly? You had one new in 1973, Nick, did you? Benji's got a Bush. he cooks the best sausage and chips this side of the Thames, does he? How you feeling, Harvey? Because I'm sure you put out that you weren't feeling very well the other day. But yeah, that's the goat had to say something then, because I made a cock up yet again. Right, so yeah, the major issue with this one is, if you remember back to Sunday, the dreaded dial cord is off. And I had a look back through my old videos I did on this one. And it's gone quite a bit up the screen now, so I'll just pop it on there again. If I can find my chat on the computer. If you want to follow along with my previous repair I did back in 2016, that's the link to the playlist of it. So you can have a sort of sneak preview of what's coming up. This ain't going to get done today, I don't expect, but we'll do what we can today. So 2 screws holding the back in. It's really well built, this. It is really well built. I've got to remember how the hell to get it apart now. Yeah, I've got to take the battery tray out. But yeah, basically, if you look in the bottom here, look. Oh, the dial cord. It's hanging. It has got some weight to it, Sean. You're all right. I do recommend these radios. They are nice radios. Let me just go up a little bit with the camera. And in a bit. Yeah, they are nice radios. Apart from when the dial cord comes off, then they're not very nice. So basically, the owner wants me to do a number on this and really give it an extended life expectancy, I suppose is the word. We've got some corrosion on the battery terminal, so that's going to have a soak in some vinegar overnight. In fact, you don't need to do it overnight. It works pretty quick. Now, see if I can get in there. No, number one. Number one, not number two. You're a bit shivery. So 3 screws in the battery compartment by the looks of it. And I would fire it up, but we've already done that, to be fair. You'll need to rewind back to Sunday's video right near the end of the Sunday live stream, and you'll see us firing it up and me tuning it by just moving this thing. So today really is about stripping out the chassis and having a look at it in a bit more detail, really. I'm going to try and put this somewhere where I can see it a bit easier, actually, because I can't see it down there because the radio's in the way. Let's try it up there, see if it'll go up there without falling over. Yeah, that's better. You don't like the look of that large slide switch. Oh, on the side? That one? Or do you mean the sliders on the front? Because I believe I actually took those out on the last one because they were that bad that I couldn't clean them. I had to literally strip them out to do them. Okay, so this should lift out. Yes, it does. So take some pictures as I go along. I have taken pictures of this already, but in fact what I'll do is I'll just snip it. I don't need to take a picture of that. I'll just snip it and leave a little bit of red on the end of that wire. A little bit of black on that one. This radio's got some good little design things about it. It's got some bad ones as well at the same time. So the fact there's no plug on the end of it, it does sort of say that maybe someone's already had this out of the case. It's always a worry, isn't it? Where am I going to put that one? It's not going to get lost. Let's put it over there. Yeah, so I suspect someone's already had this out. Although no, they haven't. Okay, let's push this aerial up out of the way. Monster aerial. So I can get at those two screws, I can get at those two, and there's one in the middle. So that should come out. If I undo that, let's just take the switch off the side. You like the look of the radios, but two of the stations I listen to on FM are over the 102 mark on the waveband. Yeah, it depends. I mean, this one goes up to 108, Andrew, so I'm not sure. I wonder what the other one is, but this one does go up to 108, not 102. It is lovely outside, you are right. It is very nice. Hi Jeff, how are you? You've been listening to Ray, Radio Workshop. He has got some yarns, hasn't he? Yeah, so have a look, Andrew. It does go up to 108, this one, but it depends how far. It depends how far you need to pull it, because you can pull the oscillator a bit wider if you want to. You tend to lose the bottom end a bit, so you might lose radio 2 on about 88, and you might gain some on the top end. So you can fiddle with it. How you doing, Ed? Nice to see you, mate. How you keeping? Okay, so yeah, what I'll do is I'm just going to pop this this side piece out. Tell me if I'm in too close as well, because it's difficult for me to see the camera now because it's over there and the chat's here and my webcam's there. So let's crack on. Let's get to that. And we've got there number 1 Phillips scan. I don't think I bothered taking this switch off last time. I just desoldered it, but it's probably easier to just take it off. Take them off. There's 2 in here. Switch and a socket. Where's my little thing? There's this one, isn't it? Yeah. He ain't been off in a long time, has he? Okay, that's a miniature Phillips. Yeah, you still see what I'm up to. All of this is all sealed in with like nail varnish everywhere. So I have to remember which way up that is. So the yellow is at the top. I'll have to watch this video back now, won't I? And there's a lot of bits to this radio as well. It gets a bit scary, but you know, I've had a lot worse. And where's my little jeweler's pliers? So these little slotted, sort of like, I don't know what you call it really, slotted nut. They're normally knurled, and this one is, but it's a pig to get these undone usually. But I've got these little tiny jeweler's pliers. They're only cheap Rolson ones. Look, you can pick them up in a lot of the cheaper hardware shops and that. But they actually fit inside there. Well, not this one, but it will actually. Cool. And there you go. Now I believe there is a special tool that you can get for this, but the only one I think I've ever seen was Jack, Vintage Electronics Geek. Has got this weird and wonderful tool that does it, but it's huge, and I don't think it would actually physically go into there. So you either need some very fine pointed pliers, or these little jewelers. These are like round pliers, if you can see that or not. Let's get my hand in there. There you go. And they're useful to have, especially if you do work with any jewellery. I fixed some of Mrs. Cruncher's crown jewels with this. It's box jointed as well, that. It's box jointed, not lap jointed. So yeah, that's only a couple of £3, I think, but well worth it. Right, so that's that done. Let's just gently rest it on its. No, actually, before we rest it on its front, let's zoom out again because I'm right in tight. Let's pop the tuning knob off. And the sliders. Pop him down on the bench. Down on his face. Andrew Pitt. Afternoon, Andrew. How are you? Let's see, catch up with the chat a minute. Your neighbours next door out sunbathing topless. God. We're taking a wig off, it's rather something else. Oh dear. Right, so that's freed up that. From memory, this cable here is a pain because it's all cable tied in there. Let's undo that as well. I'm trying to sort of improve on what I did to the one in 2016 in that I have taken one of these apart before, so I should know, shouldn't I really? But there's a couple things that I could have done different to make it easier for myself that I didn't. One of the things was taking this cable out. It's just like bent over prongs, holding it in. Because the power supply is underneath this box here. Power supply's in there, the transformer. So be careful with that dial cord. So that's freed that up. Let's free that. So I'm going to have to undo the speaker wires, but that's about it. Right. Let's have him out the chassis then. Is that number 1 or number 2? Number 2. So there's 2 screws in yellow down at either side. I don't know if you can see that. I'm just out of shot there, but just in down here there is 2 screws that got yellow paint on them. Just in there. 2 there, and there's 2 up the top end here as well. Ooh, it says as he nearly knocks his drink over. Let's get that drink out of the way actually. Ooh. Knock that over in a minute if I can. chemtrails over leads. Now, these screws are actually screwed into the metal front plate, so they are quite stiff. Going to be interesting to see this dial cord, because if you look back at my other video, I made a comment that the dial cord would be an absolute nightmare. Well, certainly was true. Oh, it is true, because I'm going to have to try and do it. Well, I've got to do it. There's no two ways. If I can't do the dial cord, the radio's no use to anybody, is it really? Yeah, it's got a bit of an American look to it, but then I see a lot of the American transistor radios were made in Japan, weren't they? And there's a sneaky little screw that took me a while to find last time, down in here, right in the middle, just to the left of the speaker, and that's in yellow as well. So they sort of marked them, they've colour coded them. I'm just going back and forward with the screws because they are quite stiff. I don't want to shear them off. There we go. So let's have a look at the aerial. So the aerial, again, I unsoldered this last time, but I didn't need to because it's on a plug. So just pull that one off. That's aerial free. So in theory, I should be able to lift it out, shouldn't I? Yes, Graham, you should. Right, let's just undo those two wires. You need smoke, Gary, do you? What do you want smoke for? Leave that resting now. That's fairly sound there. There's a little indicator. Just going to pop these off. So the positive is the white, negative is black. There we are. Chassis out. That didn't take me as long as it did originally. You have a look back at my old video. It took me ages to get the thing out of the chassis. Right, dial cord. Dial cord, what have you done? Okay, so we're quite lucky in that it's still around most of the places it should be. It's dropped off of that wheel there. Dial pointer sits on the top. I think it slides along there. I might be lucky. I'm not going to say anything too soon. Let me just get some tape and then get it secured where it is. Oh, I love a dial cord. I love dial cords. Send me all your lovely dial cord jobs. I love them. My absolute favourite. Right, let's go and get my what have I done with my insulation tape? I did have it here the other day because I was taping up an earth cable. What have I done with that now? What have you done with that, Graham? Talking to myself again, but there you go. What we're doing, MDF, worst material for toilet seats. Yeah, no. I'd be rather ill if I seen that sign, to be honest. George loves a dial cord. Graham doesn't love a dial cord, especially when he can't find his black insulation tape. That did have a man look, I suppose, as Mrs. Cruncher calls it. Did have a bit of a man look for it. Bear with me, I'm just going to nip and see if I can find my insulation tape a sec. Right, I have the tape. Fat Tony, hey, how you doing? Right, scissors. What's Benji on? So what I'm doing is trying to stop this dial cord from moving around anymore. Especially that little monkey there. We don't want him moving. This really does help. It looks a bit messy, but saves a lot of pain. Cool, that's really bright, that pointer. Cool. I think that's probably a glow-in-the-dark one. That's really fluorescent. Andrew was working in someone's house a few weeks ago. When I looked out the window, the neighbour was just walking about in brown knickers. Bad seeing a bloke in brown knickers. What are we like? Tell you all going slightly mad now. The madness is setting in, isn't it? Let's pop that on there as well. So we got another pulley there. So I'm trying to wrap dial cord around all the pulleys. That's my plan. Wrap dial cord? I'm trying to wrap tape around all the pulleys. Right, so that's got the front of it secure. So we've got no dial cord around here at all. So I suspect that comes in. Where's my little hooky thing? I've got a dental pick that I use for this. Dental pick and tweezers are the tools for this job. Why am I tackling this first? I suppose it's better to tackle it now. So that must come up and over there. like that. So let's stick some tape around there as well. Let's turn it round. Okay, so it's clearly come off of here. But where's the other end? Or is that the other end? Is that the spring that goes... Oh, yeah, I can see what's happened. This could be tricky. That spring has snapped off of the pulley wheel there. Okay. So... that's going to be tricky. Very tricky. Yeah, so the plastic snapped off. Oh dear. I'm trying to get the spring back through this way, but it wants to attach to everything apart from where I want it to go. You've got to have patience for this job. Oops, just pulled that bit of tape off that pulley wheel there. I'm probably going to have to wind this on to the end stop, I think. But I reckon I can get this back on. I'm going to have to drill a hole in the pulley wheel to clip the spring into. That's the only way I can see it doing it. Let's catch up with the chat a minute. Umbro do that colour. What colour's that, George? Oh, just dropped a screw. Excuse me. Pick that up. Umbro do what colour, George? What is the goldfish coloured metal you always see in electronic equipment? Oh, goldish. I thought you said goldfish. You mean this sort of finish here? I don't know. It's just something done in the metal process, I suppose. It's almost like bluing, isn't it? How am I going to do this? How are you going to do this, Graham? Let me try and show you what's gone wrong then. See if I can get you right in close, because you can't really see what I'm doing here. So, feeling a bit lightheaded now. So there's the pulley wheel. And the spring should be attached to there. There's like a little piece of plastic that goes around there with a loop in it, with a hole in it, and the spring goes through that. But the spring is snapped off of that for some reason. If you can see it now, to pull it back the other way. Let's pull it back this way. The right one. So yeah, can you see that? A bit of plastic is still attached to the spring. You can, if I sort of hold it there. See, there's a little bit of plastic on the end of the spring. So that's snapped off of that pulley. So I mean, the spring is, it's not brilliant, that spring, to be fair. But I think there's enough there to drill a little tiny hole here and put it in. It's going to give it a bit more stretch, but certainly I couldn't glue that back on because it is under such high tension it would just snap off straight away. So I'm going to have to take that off. 3D print a complete new wheel. Really? Do you think I'm mad? So that's what's happened. It's just over time the plastic's got brittle and that bit is broken off. Right. I need a microscopic little tiny drill bit, don't I? That'll do it. 1 mil. I'm going to need to go into the centre of the pulley though to give it a bit of meat. It's a little tiny drill bit. Let me go get my drill a minute. I'll leave you with that lovely picture of doom and gloom in the centre of my screenlet. Oh no, 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 no. Right, if any of you need the dentist, look away. If any of you need the dentist, look away now. Let's let the camera catch up with the light. There we go. Driller killer time. Carve a wheel by hand. Arrowdite, yeah. Super glue and baking powder. Hammer drill. No. probably going to regret saying this, but every time I use one of these small tiny drill bits, I tend to snap one off, so it's difficult to get in there. Look, so I'm going to have to pull it right out. If you even flex it slightly, they just snap clean off. I've got some more ultra small ones. I can just about get the chuck in there. Get the light over so I can see what I'm doing. Let's put it on slower speed. We don't need high speed for plastic, really, do we? Let's move it out a little bit then. Ooh. Back there. Holy, holy, holy. We have a hole. We have a hole. So I'm going to have to probably... Am I going to need to brown? I'm not going to need to break that off, it's not in the way. Hi, Mr. E. It's going to be the next thing. I'm going to probably need to just bend that a little bit to get that in there. Get it into my new hole. Go on in there. Go on, in. Right, he's in. So, be careful here now. I'm just going to have to go out. I hate this blimmin' job. I hate it. So apologies, but I'm going to be quite quiet for a while I do this. Well, I probably won't shut up, but I can't see the chat for a minute. I need to get my brain cells concentrating. Okay, we're looking good. This is where it all goes horribly wrong. This This is where we need our spring to stretch. Stretch spring. Ooh, ooh. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Ho, 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 ho. He's only done it. Ooh. Let's release the tape. Oh no, okay, not quite done. It's popped off that pulley, but that's the least of my worries. Just lift it up onto that pulley. It's under a hell of a lot of pressure. Yeah, that's under a bit too much pressure, really. You just stretch that spring out a little bit more. It's a bit too tight, that is, people. Let's loosen up these other pulleys a minute. It's on there. Should I just leave it like that and say it's all good? Just going to wind it a few times, see if it slackens off. Come on, don't you break. Don't you break, big boy. Come on. You know you want to go on there. Got it. Ho, 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 ho. How about that? Dial cord live. Whoa. You know, it ain't perfect, but it works. That spring is I broke a fingernail now. Spring is pretty tight. Once it's wound up and down a few times, it'll sort of catch up with itself, hopefully. Lucky, it's skill, Doug. It's skill, mate. No luck in it. You can now breathe, David. Okay, I think the cord is doubled over there. It needs to go. I think it needs to go that side. Let me have a look. Yeah, I think it's just doubled over on this main pulley wheel. Is it or isn't it? I don't want to mess with this much more, to be fair, because it's all that'll happen is it'll come off. No, it can't go over there, can it, Graham? Because it can. Just needs to be pushed down there a bit further. Right, it's really... Listen. It's really, really tight, that. There's nothing much I can do apart from stretch the spring a bit more. It's better. We can breathe. That is a relief. Let's just take that little sticker off as well. That's the main job done. I can go now. Good seeing you all. Catch you again on Thursday. Bye for now. Only joking. Yeah, the twang went down a couple octaves there, Theo. Thanks, Mike. Extra banana for myself today. Paul, you've missed the VTR restring live. You're gonna have to rewind and follow my pain. The scariness of it all. That is a tight dial cord, isn't it? It's not a brilliant design, like running up on here, because it's sort of like bows out and back in again. I mean, that ought to be in the back, really. But I'm pretty sure it does run on that channel. If it goes in under there. Oh no, hang on, that might. Or does it sit on that one? No, it doesn't sit on that one. I don't know whether it sits on that or not. What do you think? Have you put MIDI Magic? Have you put the Sony Air 7 video up yet? MIDI I haven't, and the reason I haven't is I thought, okay, it's a bit jarry. It's it'll be okay, but it's not. It is way too jarry. I'll show you a clip of it in a minute, and I think what I'm going to have to do is just do lots of screen grabs on it and make a video that way, just voice over it. That's the only way I'm going to get it out, I think. So, thank you very much, ZX. Time to leave well alone. Yeah, you're right, Doug. You normally got my back, Doug, haven't you? You can normally sense when disaster's looming, so I'm going to leave well alone. Going to leave well alone. Right, so that was one thing. I think from memory the volume wasn't brilliant. I did have to take these out last time, but I don't think this one is quite that bad. And in underneath here you'll see you've got the power supply. This is a transformer, and we've got a Rubicon there, and I think this is probably a Rubicon over here. Now the last one I did on this, that one wasn't too bad. I think that one measured about 1600 microfarads. It's 1000. This one was 470 and it read some like 600, I think, previously. So you've probably got to do the power supply caps for sure. So we should be able to do that without too much dial cord damage. So let's pop that off. You've got a 15 ohm speaker. Oh, that's good news, Paul. What have I done with the other ones? Out in the hallway. I will have a look, Paul, just to make sure that I haven't got another one here first. Rather than you having to post me one. Hi Gavin, how are you? Right. Let's get this off then. Gotta be careful, I don't want to put too much pressure on this radio in case that dial cord pings off. Hi Jess, how are you? This is the Bush VTR178, Jess, that we looked at on Sunday, mate. Right at the very end of the Sunday live stream. Yeah, so MIDI Magic, I will... Did I get the replacement part? No, I didn't. Impossible to get MIDI. I actually managed to repair the existing ones, so I have got some photos of it that I can pop up in a minute if you want to see what I did. Have you got one to repair MIDI, have you? Have you got one to repair MIDI? You got a Sony AN1 off eBay, did you really? Has it got all the bits though, Brett? That's the thing, you need to make sure you've got all the bits in it. If you've got one of the bits missing, it's no good really. Well, there's a couple bits that you could possibly get away with, but... Okay. So what have we got there? That's a ground wire. Go into there. Right. Here's our power supply then. So it's a basic supply, basic linear supply. So we've got 240 volt. I'm assuming it's 4.5 volts out. Got bridge rectifier in there. Again, I think I left that one in the last one. Don't know which. So it's 2 outer ones are AC, 2 inner ones are DC. But yeah, I left that last time. No need to change that really, I didn't think. So we'll change these two caps, we'll get those done. Fairly straightforward. That's good, Brats, but that set you back a pretty penny as well, didn't it? They're not cheap. Hello, that's a bit in between sizes. Well, I got me thingies mixed up now. So it's not a 4BA and it's not a 6BA. Is there such a thing as a 5BA? Or would they have gone metric by now? Let's look at the metric drivers a minute. Sorry if you got the top of my head in shot. .5 mil. I would have thought that would have been imperial, but so we've got a little cardboard insulator or wax board or something, I don't know. Right. So you can probably just take these two wires off for now to make it a bit easier. Well, that's not really. The goat's got the wire. Get off. Yeah, those wires are going to come off anyway. Just tack those back together so I know that they go on there. Do this quick before I forget which way around they go. The memory's that bad. Come on, get off. It's nice big tracks on this board. It is a well-made board, this. Where's my sucker? Let's just solder suck this off. Mike! Half a Bloor Edwards. Cheers, mate. I've got the wrong camera. Thank you very much for half a Bloor Edwards pot. Yeah, I think those other ones are about five quid from RS, I think. Maybe cheaper than that. But, you know, we'll have to have a word with Mr. Bloor. That one's free, but that one's not. Fat Tony's the man that sent it, Jess. Fat Tony's the boy. Okay, so negative is that one, obviously, where the black was connected to. Just bend these up. Can you see what I'm doing? Yeah, just about. I'm down here, look. I'm down here. That's where I am. Just pull this one out. We'll have a look at it on the ESR meter. So Rubicon 470 at 10 volts. Yeah, you'll be well pleased with that, Brat. It's a lovely aerial, that is. Just got to find somewhere. You can screw it to a wall, but I wouldn't recommend it. You're better off to put it on a pole, really, if you can. If you can't, you can screw it to the wall, but you're not there, Brat. You're working. Oh, it's a Democrat speaker, is it? Right, let's try this. What do we reckon then? 470. What's our bets? What's it going to read then? Let's have some guesses. What do you think our 470 is going to read in the power supply? Yeah, they do make some nice aerials. They make nice radios as well, but Derek reckons it's going to be 600. Paul's saying 600 plus. Jess has gone 465, gone low. Jess has gone low. Controversial. Nick Petronics is saying 500 microfarads. George reckons it's going to be great with really low ASR. George, is that right? Any more takers? Any more guesses? George is saying it's Japanese, that's why it's metric. Stephen Devereaux reckons spot on 470. Mark E saying 700. Mr. Laser Sound, welcome, 468. Fish paper, George. You not smell fishy. Are we done? Ready? Here we go then. Here we go. 40 ohm. Ooh, 719. 719. Mark's closest. With 700. I think Mark's closest, isn't he? 719. It's a fail. Very low ESR though. Very nice. Very nice. Mr. Laser Specs sound, yeah. Way out. But the ESR is low. Lovely. If you want it, George, I'll send it on, mate. If you think it's a good one. It ain't going back in here anyway. So 470, 10 volts. I swear this light's getting dimmer. $470, 10 volts. I don't think I've got one that small, have I? What have we got here? We've got 16. There we go. 470, 16 volt. Double bubble. Double bubble. So it was negative on the outside. Let's get that one soldered in then a minute. I mean, these are going to be the hardest used caps in the power supply. So a bit of a tie up here actually, because I'm going to start dragging pliers and that all over the place here. Let's get them dial cord tools out of the way quick while I think of it. Scares me, the dial cord. I'm not going to say anything till the case is back on and it's working. I'm going to tempt fate with that. I'll leave that out for a minute because I'm going to need that again. Right, solder. Where's my extractor? I can't get at my extractor. Let's put that one back there. I can go back there now. Snips. Hi Daniel, how are you? Yeah, which one is it? To be fair, MIDI Magic, you're gonna need to do both pots really, because I think you find if you take them apart, then you'll find that they're both gone. Right, let's tack these wires back on. Shall I? No, I'll leave them off for a second because it'll just make it easier for me to work on. Let's get this one off next then. So negative is there. Should be easy enough to suss because it joins the negative there. I'm I'm not going to put the solder sucker on for a minute. We'll see how we're doing for time. If we're going to do more recapping, then I'll fire it up. But let's go old school for a minute. Use the old solder sucker, which is blocked. Yeah, you are welcome to send it on for repair if you want to, MIDI, but I will show you some pictures in a minute of what I did to it. I don't know if I showed the pictures last time. But they are small. You're going to need some sort of magnifier. I couldn't do it with a naked eye MIDI. I had to use a microscope to do it, but didn't. If you've got a fairly high power magnification, like one of those big sort of like sewing magnifiers, that's what I used to use. You've been in an e-meeting since lunchtime. Oh God, I used to hate those things. Okay, 1000 microfarads, 10 volts. Let's get that one on the ESR. Let's get the guessing game. So far Mark E has come out on top. So we've got a Rubicon. It's a really good make. I'm not giving you any clues because I don't know myself. What's it going to be? What's it going to be? 1000 microfarads, 10 volts. Gavin, 1250. 1217, Paul. 1250.5. I don't think it'd do 0.5. 1200. We're all going for 1200. 990. 800. So we're thinking low, are we? Wow. Yeah, you're brave going low. You're brave going low. Mr. Laser Sound, you could be closer. I don't know. It's literally just taken it out of the circuit. So, Derek, 1450. 1060. That would be good, Mike. It is a good quality cap. I didn't see what make the other one was actually. So keep guessing while I faff about. That was a Ray Rex. Can't see. So yeah, MIDI Magic. Some of these you might just about do it, but you probably need to get higher magnification lenses. This is lens number 5. I don't know what magnification that is. Whether it means it's 5 times, but I would say you need at least 10 times magnification. I'm just going to have a quick look. So 1540 is the highest we've got. Is Mr. Laser Sound with 1800. Rayrex, Rayrex. Not good. Aston reckons 950. Did I say hello earlier, Aston? Apologies if I didn't, mate. I did see you in there. Hope you're doing well down there in Plymouth. By all accounts, they've got it a bit rough down there at the moment. $1100 George could be. Michael Hyde, 1250. Low ESR. I think it will be low ESR because it's a high value cap, George. So it's going to be like about, what do you think, about 0.5? Are we doing ESR guesses as well now? Everybody done? Should we do it? Rubicon. Good stuff. I think Simon's a fan of these. Mr. Spires. Cracking video he did as well. Really, really interesting. Doing the old resolving SSB with a signal generator. Very interesting. Right, are we good? Let's do it. Drum roll. Ooh, 2032. I think Mr. Laser Sound has got it, hasn't he? Yeah, he's closest. I would have said he was about right. That's high actually. That's 100%. Well, more than 100% out of tolerance. What's the test frequency? I think. Let's have a look. I'll tell you, Andrew. So, test frequency. I think you can alter the test frequency, actually, Andrew. Here we go. It doesn't actually say. I thought you could alter the frequency though. I'm just having a quick look just to make sure. Oh, no, capacitance. Abuse voltage. Battery type. Inactivity, power down. Yeah, I don't think it actually says, Andrew, unless I've just shot on past it. Oh, here we go. Oh no. Yes. All right. So it says there. I don't know if you can see that or not. Can you see that? Possibly, possibly not. That way. So capacitor manufacturers typically quote the ESR of their products at 100 kilohertz, which is the same test frequency used by the Atlas ESR. There you go. I knew it was in there somewhere. I lost my picture in picture as well, haven't I? You're missing me. So yeah, looks like Mr. Laser Sound was the winner there. Yeah, you were right, George. So I was trying to find the book rather than looking at the chat there. 980. 2000 it was. Right, now last time I changed this I was a bit concerned about the ripple current on it, so I actually used a Panasonic with a high ripple. It's going to have a lot of ripple on it, to be fair, but so yeah, I went with one of those last time. Did the old bendy, leggy on it. Hang on, let's put these back in. Let's put these back in a sensible order. So something that I'm not 100% sure on, so those of you that are in the know, how important is the ripple current of a capacitor in the power supply? Should you be aiming for a low number or a high number on the spec sheet? Stay. Aston missed off his K. 100 hertz. Yeah, you get to win the cap under test. Now I think last time I did determine that that one was, yeah, okay. So I'm just going to bend the legs on this one. I'm being fussy, you never see this because it's hidden away, but you know, I like to have it nice. Right, where's my crazy old heat shrink? Here's the old crazy stuff, it's like hair, this. It's tangled up with everything. Why they don't just put it on a little tiny reel, I don't know. Yeah, perfecto. So let's have a look. So let's see. You were thinking of the Roden Schwartz you were looking at yesterday. You were tempted to buy it. Which one was that, George? Not the one I was looking at. Was it the communication test set? It was a nice bit of kit, but you can't go and pick it up now anyway, really. In theory. Right, let's bend these legs. That's one. Actually, let's bend that one a bit further. Let's go a bit back there. I just put that heat shrink on just to insulate it, really, that's all. Nothing fancy. Right, so we did say that that's the negative there. That's that one done. As I say, this hasn't got a plug on it, so I suppose we'll just check while we're in here that we've got this is probably, was that switch a mains battery switch on the side? It was, wasn't it? Battery mains. Let's have a look. Where's my probes? .1K on the primary, so we're not open circuit, we're not shorted. Let's check this fuse. The fuse is reading 27 ohms. I think this meter has gone a bit bonkers, you know. Yeah, I mean that fuse should be a dead short. I think I've got problems with the ohm scale on my meter, you know. I hope not. I'm just testing it out of circuit at the moment, George. Well, that's reading 27 as well, so it must be some weird fuse. It's got quite high resistance to it. So it's not my meter. It's reading 27 ohms, but obviously it's not open circuit. If the ripple is too high, it may defeat the regulation voltage. What's that for ZX? The ripple in the actual capacitor, or are you answering the question about ripple earlier? Yeah, there was one I was looking at up in Manchester way somewhere that was on for 800 quid, I think, or offers. I was going to make him an offer, and Paul had offered to pick it up, I think, but can't really do that now because we're not supposed to be out and about. Okay. Benji, you've been in and out setting fire to the cooking. We've done the dial cord, Benji, that's back on. Let's get all this, look at the state of this stuff, it's everywhere. I'm gonna have to wind this on something different because look at the state of it, look. I can wear it as a necklace, can I? That? There you go. There's that. Suit me? It's nice, isn't it? I like that. I'll just have it on as a necklace, I think. CPC heat shrink necklace. Mad. You know, I am probably going slightly mad. You never know. Right, let's get those wires soldered back on before we forget where they've got to go. Let's put a little tiny bit of flux on there. We'll just drop them back down. Now to test the PSU on the mains before you connect it to the radio. What what way do you want me to test it, George? I can plug it in. I actually did find my my little quick test the other day. It was connected to something. Let's have a look here. That's a bit naughty, isn't it, really? Because if you think that's on the outside of the radio, it's not sheathed or anything, but that is a mains fuse. Hang on, what's that? Is that factory or not? It's obviously inside the radio. It's weird, all this sort of like botchery. Look, there's obviously a joiner in underneath there. It's been joined there. But as I say, I think that is factory. But yeah, it does seem that there's a mains fuse stuck up on the top where you can just stick your finger in the back of the case and touch it, which I thought was a bit naughty, isn't it? Right, let me just put it back together, George, so as it doesn't short out on anything then. Let me just pop that. I'm going to bend my nice new flipacitor there. And I will hot glue that down before it goes back together. I'm just going to quickly put that in. Although if I do that, I'm not going to be able to get at the thing to check the voltage, am I? If I do it like that. It's all a bit out there, isn't it? Let's do it like that then. See if I can find my quick test a minute. I'm sure I found it and put it back up here. Yes, I did. So with my lovely necklace on, fish paper. There's no point doing the fish paper, George, when I've not connected it back together. Like. But yeah, the fish paper will need to go back in. I was only going to tack it in temporarily to test it, George, but being that I couldn't get at the terminals to test it, no real point. So let me have a look where I am here. I've got to be really careful we don't touch any of this. So quick test for no one that's seen that before. You've got three quick test terminals, and it doesn't actually become live until it makes underneath here, and it is fused as well. It's got a 5-amp fuse and a light to indicate that it's on. So I'm going to plug this into my isolation transformer. Let's turn that back. Put the power on. So there's no voltage regulator or nothing on this, I don't think, is there? No, to make that bit bigger. Good advice, though, George. It is worth just checking this, because as I say, it's a bit fishy that there's no plug on it. I know we said about the fishy paper, but it's a bit unusual that there's no plug on it. But as I say, I have got resistance on the transformer. Like I say, this doesn't become live until you actually push the lid down, but I have got the voltage set down to 0 at the moment. So what we don't want is anything shorting out. Let's just put a capacitor in there now. So put that maybe back there. Stop anything touching anything else. Will that help? Will that just hinder us? No, that won't help. And I will put a bit of insulation tape over the top of that. I've done with my insulation tape now. Slide it back in there. That's not good, is it, really? A bare fuse like that. Take double care playing with mains. Yeah, don't worry, Sean. I won't say anything, but I have got experience of working on mains. Well, I'm just going to tempt fate if I say that, aren't I, really? But I've said it now. Right, so let's have a look where our mains comes in. So it comes in, transformer there. In. Right, so all of this is low voltage anyway, just it gets rectified there. So that's our negative. See, our AC comes out there. And it goes to DC there. Goes through a resistor, then out. It gets smoothed by this cap here, which I'm going to need to glue down in a minute. Right, okay. Locked in. Locked and loaded. Good to go. Let's get a multimeter. I've got everything tangled up together here now. So negative, positive. I'll just see if there's any easier way to just hook that up. Just clip lead that on for a minute. I've only got one probe to worry about then. Sounds like the doggies are getting ready to go out. As I say, I'm not testing mains voltage. I'm only testing the output from the transformer. Don't forget, but we have got 240 volts available on this fuse here if I wanted to really touch anything and zap myself, which I certainly don't. So again, if you're not used to working on live equipment, then don't try this at home. There we go. So that's our negative. Let's get rid of that solder out of the way of it. So we're looking, I believe this is a 4.5 volt set, so I'm assuming this puts out 4.5 volts. So let's switch, you can see the meter, can't you? DC volts. And we'll hold that on there. And we're looking for AC on this as well, aren't we, I believe? Is that Simon in? Simon, how you doing? Yours must have been burning. Just talking about your latest video just now. Very good, mate. I think I have commented. Yeah, I did put a comment on it. Right, so I'm just going to hold that on there then, and we'll bring it up. $50 volts. 100 volts. 160. $200 volts. 7-volt out. Let's take it up to 240. Roughly. Let's say this is probably slightly more than 240. So it's chucking out 8.5 volts, but that is off load, isn't it? Yeah. So off load is about 8.5 volts, which is fine. So let's switch it to AC then, see if we've got any AC on that, yeah? Next to nothing. George, you're reading my mind here, look. I do know roughly what I'm doing, George. But cheers for the prompt, mate. So yeah, 0.006 ripple next to nothing, is it? Let's pop that off then. Unplug it. Pull the quick test out. So we have a good power supply. Yeah, it's amazing that you didn't chuck it across the garden, Simon. I think if you had to do the module, Simon, it might have been another story. It might have died a death. It might have got beaten to death with something. Good supply that, George, isn't it? No problems there with that one. No issues plugging that in and using it. I suppose we could try the Mega on it as well, could we? Could we get the Mega out and have a play, George? Again, it's another bit of kit that I'm not overly familiar with, but it is a nice bit of kit that Chris very kindly gave me. Mr. All the Gear No Idea is probably, unfortunately, working at the moment. You decided to walk away if you felt your blood pressure rising. Okay. Shall we insulation test it then, George? Let's see if I can find my insulation tester a minute. Bear with me. Finding the tester's not a problem, but unfortunately it doesn't come with the leads inside it. So you've got to find the leads every time you use this. Now, what have I done with them? This is another story. Can I find the leads? Can you find the leads? Oh, nice old Avo transistor tester there. Don't want the leads. I know where they were. Oh, there we are. ESD strap tangled up with it now. So for battery charging, a maximum of 7% ripple is acceptable and good for helping to clean the cell plates whilst charging. So this is just a radio yeah, it hasn't got batteries to charge. I don't think it's a charging circuit through as such. It's just a mains or battery option. Right, insulation tester. Talk me through this then, people. We're checking primary to secondary leakage. Are we testing across the mains lead? So we've got our mains lead there. Yeah, we're not doing 3 kilovolts, George. Definitely. Well, the best I got here is 1000 volts, mate. And I think we normally test these things at 500 volts, don't we? So we're testing primary to secondary, aren't we? Live to anything not live. Pile them on. So live. Let's get that out of the way. It's anything not live on the output side. So secondary is here, isn't it? Oh no, you're confusing me now. Live to anything not live. Still got my heat shrink necklace on. It suits me, doesn't it? So basically, I mean, it doesn't matter if I go across the winding that way. So that's obviously my primary. You're looking to check that something that shouldn't be live is not going to be live. So there's no connection between... Well, I shouldn't get a reading across the transformer, George, should I? If I'm checking, say, just one wire on the transformer, the live, and I'm checking the output of the transformer, input to output, I should be maximum, shouldn't I? I'd have thought. So for clarification then, what I've got this lead, let's go down a little bit. The negative lead I got connected to the output of the transformer, and the positive lead I've got connected to the live wire of the input. Or should I connect it to the other side of the fuse? It's not going to blow the fuse, is it? This wouldn't pop the fuse, would it? So no earth wire, so sort of redundant really. Transformers acting like an isolation transformer. No what, George? No to taking the fuse out and testing the other side of the fuse? Or no, it won't damage the fuse? Chris Woodby. This is Chris's tester. He bought me this as a present for Christmas. Oh, it won't pop the fuse, alright. So Doug is saying it's working, don't look for trouble, you don't want to blow a winding open. This shouldn't blow a winding though, surely. Doug, should it? And obviously we don't want to blow a winding, because I'll have to buy another transformer then. But there should be no connection between the primary and the secondary, which is I think what we're trying to prove here. Is that right? Get it right, Doug, before we do it, because I don't want to risk damaging the winding. I'm only going to test it at 500 volts, I'm not going to test it at 1000. No chance of blowing the transformer. Let's put my soldering off. So we can all see the meter, can't we? You all understand where I'm connected. I'm connected live on the plug. Again, there is voltage in this, don't forget, so you don't want to be coming into contact with any of these pieces when you push the button. Hi Butch, how are you? Welcome, mate. I've got my nice little necklace on. Let's take that off. Flipping stuff. I'm going to have to find a different way of doing that. It's not the best. I'm going to need that again in a minute, probably. Cheers, Butch. So this should be infinity when I push the button. This is the test button here. Try it at lower than 500. You want to try it at 250, Theo? So say it was at, and if you can see the tester, let's get you in a little bit closer now you see where I'm connected to. So say I'm on the, wait for the camera to steady down, I'm on the 250 volt now. Let's push it then. So it went back to 1. Good. That was 250 volts. So Simon said there's a risk that applying excessive potential between the winding and the chassis or another winding could cause an isolation failure as the insulation breaks down. So I mean that's past, doesn't it? I think you're just catching up with me, Theo. I've just tried it at 250 there. I'll just wait for the chat to catch up with where I am. Leave it at that, Sean, you reckon? If the insulation good, then go up to 500. So are we okay with that first reading then? Yeah, back to infinity. You could do with an insulation tester, Butch. Well, these are pretty easy. So let's do it with you test aircraft 28 volt PSUs at 500 volts. Well, this is only a 4.5 volt, isn't it? So here we go, 500 volts. Ready? just as you can see it. It's not even moved. Press the button. Push the button. He got bang. He got bang. So it's infinity. It's not. There's no connection there at all. A 28-volt input. Whoa. Yeah, that's got to be good stuff then, Simon. So we can assume that that power supply is a goer, yeah? Any other insulation tests that we should do while we're here? Do we need to test live to neutral? That should be a short, shouldn't it? But then we probably don't want to pass current through the primary, do we? But that's primary to secondary. No reading at all. Just wait for the chat to catch up with me. So there we are. Chris will be pleased. Chris, I've used it again, mate. I'm trying to think what we used it for last time. I know we used it fairly recently on something, didn't we? But I can't remember what it was now. Just tie those together so as I know where they are. That's the only test we need between the primary and the secondary. There should be no... It should be infinity resistance. There we go. Let's put that one back to bed. Ooh, hello. Push the wrong button then. Zoom you back out. Didn't realise it's 6 o'clock already, look. Flippin' heck. You're off, Derek, are you? Catch you soon, mate. Cheers for now. Right, let's get this power supply section put back together. Let's solder these wires on before I forget where the hell they all go. Still don't like that live fuse there. That's craziness, isn't it? I might just leave a bit of tape over the top of it or something. Yeah, I know you've got to undo a couple screws to get to it, but still don't like that. You know, it's so easy to take the back off of this thing. Try the tester on a 1 mega ohm resistor to check the meter is working okay. Could do that. I've just put it away though, Theo. I've just put it away. Theo Mike Nick. Cheers, Derek, anyway. Thanks for the old airband radio, by the way. Right. Let's get these soldered back on. That was the negative. I knew that would happen. And then when I try and solder this in, the other one's going to ping off. Alright, we were lucky. Let's solder that one on. You keep a test resistor with your tester, do you, Theo? It's only been out the box once before. It's not at all. We've used it a couple times. It's been out the box 3 or 4 times. We tested some capacitors with it as well, didn't we? Because Andrew was showing us how to test capacitors with it. Gonna be that way, has it? Fish paper's in. Oh, I was going to hot glue that cap in. That wobbling around everywhere. Just hot glue that in a minute. Yeah, so desoldering braid is good. A good bit of kit for desoldering, definitely. But like you say, it can be expensive. Let's get this out of the way before we melt that. Shouldn't melt that because that's silicone. I do need a better one of these. This is pretty rubbish now. The little stand is busted off. I thought it was Stanley, it was good stuff, but it's rubbish. I did have an Arrow one somewhere that used to belong to Mum, but I can't find it for the life of me. I've got a bigger one in there, but I thought this was quite tiny, but you get what you pay for. It's rubbish. Does the job, I suppose, but not very robust. Right. Let's plug that in and leave that on for a minute. So all I'm going to do is I'm just going to put some hot glue around the capacitor just to hold it in place. As I say, I've insulated it with heat shrink. A bit far away, aren't you? I've insulated it with some heat shrink anyway, but bet on braces job and all that. Let's pull it back out again. Been in and out like a fiddler's eye with us, seen it. Right. Just let that heat up a minute, and I'll put the old squidgy on it. I've had the meter for 50 years. Oi! Oi! 3 times. I'm trying to think what we tested it on recently. I think Chris was actually in the chat at the time, wasn't he? Yeah, I need to get a decent arrow gun, really. What's Benji got? You got a Bosch. Whoa. Bosch blue or Bosch green, Benji? If it's Bosch green, that ain't no good. It's got to be Bosch blue. Yeah, no, that is a good idea, Theo. I have got a 1 meg. We did use it fairly recently. I think it was a valve set we were working on. Did we test a transformer on that? I can't remember now. It wasn't that long ago. Oh, my memory's shot anyway. Just heating up. I just didn't know whether it was actually working. But yeah, it is heating up. Slowly. Benji does a lot of gluing boxes. Yeah, you do, Benji. I know when you sent me a couple boxes, it really does stop them coming out unwrapped, doesn't it? George has got a cheap glue gun here and a mini one for sparkly glue. Yeah, this one's seen better days, George, to be fair. It's, as I say, the little stand, it was never any good anyway. It would never stand up. It kept falling over all the time. And then eventually it just broke. It's only plastic, the stand. It does look like it's coming apart on the front here as well. Right, are we ready? Oh, we've got a bit of glue. We've got a bit of glue underway. Let's just splodge a little bit on here then. Don't have to go mad, I just want to hold it in place really. He says, going mad with it. Putting a whopping great splodge on there. There we go. That's better. That's better. Let's put that somewhere safe. Where is safe for that? Nowhere really. Let's stick it up there on the metal fume extractor. Right, that's just really because that one was really wobbling about, and that, you know, it's not good. Wobbly's not good, is it? Let's have a look here. Which way did that go? In there. Tell you what, this went back in perfectly just now. No, it's been a pain in the neck. Why are you doing this? Why are you doing this to me? Right, where's my little nuts? No comments, please. Answers on a postcard. Yeah, it wasn't that long ago, Theo, was it? I can't remember now. But yes, all you doubters out there, we do use the insulation tester from time to time. Christmas and Christmas birthdays. So let's put a little bit of thread lock back on that, being that that's what they've used originally. If I can find my thread lock, it is in this one here. It's going to probably avalanche loads of stuff down onto my head. Yeah, let's see it. Catch up with a chat. Yeah, that McAllister one you got is quite good, Sean. That's quite a lumpy one, isn't it? I've got another one up there somewhere, but I've got no glue sticks for it. Right. So I'm just going to put some thread lock back in place of this red varnish stuff. Whoa! For the other half. Thank you, Mike. That's just some thread locker that I got from the local German supermarket, formerly known as a Lidl. Right, that's that done then. The power supply sorted. Let's put all these bits back in. Thank you very much, Mike. Most appreciated, mate. Thread lock. Best using nail varnish. I did have Mrs. Cruncher's nail varnish in here actually, but it was nail strengthener, I believe. They've got this stringy stuff everywhere from the glue gun now, look. Actually, let's screw that back on there out of the way, because that's done. I don't think that's obstructing anything else we've got to do. Now we can get in there to spray the switches. Yeah, let's put that back in there out of the way. No, that wasn't the yellows. The key's the glue stick, Sean, is it? What would you recommend then? Got a red kite over the garden, very nice. Get some photos, Andrew. Don't see them very often down here anyway. Drop the wire there now. We do have a lot of screws here. So, is that yellow? Yellow. Yellow. That's a red one. Use the jizz screwdrivers. Is that how you pronounce it? I've been looking at a Bosch screwdriver. Actually, to be fair, Butch, it's one you just push it, and it as you put pressure on it, it starts screwing. It's ideal for sort of like one-handed operation. Got an arrow gun there and use their sticks. Yeah, they are supposed to be the best. JIS is Japanese Industrial Stand. Okay. Yeah, Bosch make one. I've had one in my outbox. Outbox, is that what you call it? My basket on eBay a few times, and just, oh, you know, how much will I use it? But it probably is something I would use quite a lot, actually. Save a lot on this. The only thing is you do need quite a long screwdriver bits for them. Right, so that's the power supply done, sorted. We've done the dial cord, which was scary. Still working, but don't tempt fate, Graham. Okay, let's have a look at the amplifier board next then, shall we? What are we doing for time? How are we doing for time? 6:15. Let's go to 7:30 again. We'll go to 7:30 again. We'll call it a day at 7:30. Is that alright? Who's off? Mike. Catch you soon, mate. Thanks for joining us today. And thanks very much again, Mike, for the super chats. Really appreciate it, mate. You people do look after me, don't you? Right. What we saying there? Japanese. You're on a bit of Stanley Yankee screwdriver, George, aren't you? I know exactly what you're on about. They're really expensive, actually. Tony! Thank you, mate. I was brave today. Oh, you can't see me, can you, idiot, Graham? Cheers, Tony. Thank you very much, mate. I have been a brave boy. I'm not speaking too soon, just in case it all goes pear-shaped. Oh, my God. Graham. Right, amplifier board is over here. This is the amplifier board. Quite a lot of capacitors on this one, so what we'll do is we'll check a couple and see where we are, but 99% sure that we're going to have to do all those. And to be fair, once that board's done, there's a tricky board up here to do. I'm in a bit close again now, aren't I? Yeah, there's a tricky board to get to up here that's a bit of a pain. How did I do that one last time? There's only one cap on that, so I probably managed to wangle that from the top. Yeah, I can just get at that one. Oh no, there's another one on the back of the board. So I must have undone that board, which looks an absolute nightmare. Yes, there's only one cap on this board. 2 caps, and there's only one on the main board, so there's not a lot of caps. The bulk of the capacitors are in the amplifier section here, so let's unscrew that a minute. Make sure I'm not resting on any of the dial cord areas. I'm resting on the ferrite though. Christ, Graham, go easy, boy. What the hell are you up to? Probably don't need to take the amplifier board off, but it did help last time taking it off, so I'm going to take it off again. going to pop the desoldering tool on for this. Apologies for the noise in advance. I can't help it today because my lapel mic's still not working. I'm on the desk mic again, which seems to be doing okay. I did listen back to the audio yesterday. It did sound alright. Okay. So again, we need to be very careful with the wiring on this. There's a blob of solder there, look. We do not want to be pulling wires off. We need to take some pictures of these. It's very easy to pull the wires off. Anything Japanese, we need those jizz screwdrivers. Right, what wires have we got here? We've got a purple one up over the top there. This is in the way. Get out of the way, you. Purple one there. Bet your life one of these is going to come off. Red one is down there. Another red one down there. The brown one goes up to that. That's a bit weird. It's a bit weird, isn't it? Seems like a bit of an afterthought, that resistor on the back of the board. Cheers, Gavin. Catch you soon, mate. Let's get out of the way. Right, so we've got nothing. We've got a large one down here. A large one down there, which is connected to that red wire. Okay. I'm sure that white one comes off there. No, it doesn't. Huh. Right, let's get the desoldering tool in. And sort of. Excuse me. Let me just turn that camera off a second while I get this sorted, because it's right in underneath the camera wire. There we go. You've been fighting with the Roberts, Tony, have you? That's got to be negative, that ground plane, surely. Yes, it is. Yeah, this old solder is not very nice on these boards. You can see it's quite dull. It's not heating up very well. Gonna have to stick some fresh solder on there, I think. looks, it's got the appearance of sort of lead-free solder. Still won't come out. There he is. Now he's going. $470, 10 volts. Going to stick some flux on that because that's nasty, that solder. Tell the difference from my new solder. Alright, okay. Flux it. I fluxed it, George. Here we go then. What do you think? 470. 10 volts, same as the one we had in the power supply. It's another one of these Rarax. 800. Any advances on 800? 470. 10 volts. 4,000. Whoa. 4,000. 471 mark. Oh no, gotta be, I don't know, what was the last one? It was 700 and something, wasn't it, from memory? Bear with me a minute, I'm just going to go and get a top up. I'll let you guess a minute. I'll let you guess while I just go and get a top up. Right. I'm back. What have we got then? What have we got then? Everyone have a guess? $740. $740. What have we got then? Is Sean closest? I think he is. What's that? I just missed it, Mr. Laser Sound. 740. So it's right about the same as the other one, isn't it? I.e. totally shot. Let's do this other big one down the bottom. Now this one's connected to the red lead. Well, it looks like that's this red lead that goes off to that terminal over there. So let's just pop that one off first. So I believe it's across there and there. And usually it's using that as the negative up there. Okay, unusual. Let's get the desoldering tool in. Yeah, there's a few of us hammers in here. Oh, that blue wire's going to get burnt, isn't it? Get out. That one went a bit better. Yaesu 2000D. Go for it, Theo. Oh, hang on. I've disconnected. I've disconnected. Oh, fail. Fail. I've already gone and disconnected a resistor there, right beside the cap. The cap is actually over there. Idiot. Don't drop out. Do not drop out. Ah. Stay in there. I didn't mean it, honestly. JRC 525, very nice, Butch. Very nice. JRC made some lovely stuff. Right, let's pop that wire back on there. ICR 7000. FRG 7700M. ICOM 7100. Is it a foundation or something similar? What do you mean the license? Your first license is the foundation license, Michael, and that's fairly straightforward to get. You've got to go and do... we haven't got to go and do a course, but you've got to take the license through one of your local ham radio clubs. So you've got foundation, intermediate and full, I believe, now. George did teach, I believe. George, didn't you? You were close, Andrew, were you? Gary is. There's a few of us in here that probably are on the amateur bands. Well, I will be as soon as I can get my aerial plugs on. I'm all ready now. I've got all the aerial plugs ready. I was a registered tutor for the foundation course many years ago, but I won't be now. That would have long gone. Right, let's try and do the right capacitor this time. Oh, you've already got you've got a G7 call. I think George is a G7, aren't you, George? I think George is a G7. I'm an M1, full license M1 GRA. So what part of Devon are you in, Michael? Because we probably won't be able to hear each other here. It's weird, isn't it? It's another 470. Yeah, we probably won't be able to hear. Well, we certainly would on VHF, UHF, but not on HF. Shoot right over the top of you. That doesn't sound good, does it? Are you down in Plymouth? That's where Aston is. Aston's down in Plymouth as well. Oh, G0. Oh, right, okay. Nick is G6 BPC. There you go. There's quite a few of us then. As I say, we'll have to try and somehow get a net going. Radiocruncher net, I think. So Plymouth, I'm about an hour and a half from Plymouth, Michael. Up here in North Devon, around about an hour and a half away. So I don't know when I'll get round to getting my aerial up, but it will be up by the weekend, I can tell you that. So I will be on the HF bands near the end of the week. If anyone wants to shout. Not that you haven't seen enough of me as it is, probably. So Sean Anthony will be pleased that I'm cracking on with his radio. It's sort of jumped the queue a little bit, but I know he's really after this one being done as soon as. But just thought we'd give it a go. It's not really a marathon fix. It's fairly straightforward radio. Right, what do we reckon on this one then? What do we reckon on this little monkey? Shall we let George have that, or does George want to just rephrase it a little maybe? Where's all my moderators? Have we got any moderators left? Where are they all gone to? Another 470, 10 volts. Someone let him have it. Someone let him have it. Oh dear. Didn't realise I didn't have the camera on me again. Someone let George have it. So what are you thinking, George? You're going to see if you can get a doublet back up or something? Chatting in the group, you think? Oh, you were in Plymouth Saturday. Yeah, you can listen in, Theo. Definitely. Again, there's a lot of shortwave listeners about. We've got a lot of subscribers that are shortwave listeners as well. So if I publish the frequency on the trouble is everybody will jump on it, won't they? That's the thing. Just block it. Everybody will block it. We'll see anyway. We'll sort something out. What are you laughing at, Sean? George's erection. It's an animal, isn't he? Right, what do we think? What do we think? Mark's saying 740, Theo's saying 560. It's the same as the other one, which was 700 and something. Mark's probably in the ballpark. Alright, yeah. He's a beast, isn't he? $900 could be, you never know. $690, David. Yeah. Yeah, most of us are off our heads, Birch, to be fair. Here we go then. I'm going to push a button. $735. Mark's 5 out. Look, that's the closest yet. Mark's done it again. Okay, so two biggest ones done. Let's get these harder ones down the bottom here done, because they're tougher to do. All these wires in the way. What we got? It's got a Rubicon in there. So I bet that's on that purple wire as well. I bet that's on that purple wire. Where is it there? Let's just heat that up a minute. Oh, cool, yeah, that is there. Is that the other side? Yeah. Okay, so it's on that purple wire, which I've just had to disconnect. Hopefully you can see what I'm doing here. I am fairly close, actually. I don't keep forgetting how close I am, actually. And was it that one? Or was it that one? Or is it that one? It's that one. Right, okay. Let me just see quickly which way round this is before it drops out, and I've got to get the circuit diagram out. Ooh. Negative is to the left. Negative to the left. I think that's 0.47. Complete set of hacker radios. Not 0.47. That's a small one. 0.47. I'm gonna have to go deep for one of those. One. .47. Negative to the left. Let's get something quick before I forget where it goes and which one the wire goes on. I've unsoldered everything else in that area as well, just in case. Yeah, you might not be up with the main chat. I think it's what Sean is saying, Mr. Laser Sound. Yeah, there is no markings on these. As I say, I could get the service manual out and go through it, but what a ball like that'll be. Come on. Blimmin' blue wire is a pain in the neck, isn't it? It seems to get into everything. Get away. Stay away. Yeah. Yeah, if you get bogged down looking at the circuit diagram and trying to work stuff out. Now this one doesn't like lower values. It might measure the ESR, but it won't like it, I don't expect. Not usually much good. It doesn't even like 1 microfarad caps, really. We'll see. point. He's not bad, that one. 0.69, 3.2 ohms. Unlikely a very low value like that would be an issue. Yeah, I think people are suffering at the moment with internet, because so many people at home using it. Well, I'm trying to get the hardest ones done first. So once they're done, potentially I could put the board back in and just desolder them with the board in, save all these wires hanging everywhere, which is a bit crazy. So we've got a cap. Actually, I didn't solder those back on, did I? No one said. Nearly dropped a boo-boo. How are we doing? I'm going to get those right, okay, like that. That's how you're going to do it, Graham. Come on, what's the end of it? Light in here, I can't see very well. Just get me eyes on a minute. Going in. Got the little monkey, right, okay. Let's see which way round this one is. God, I can't even get at that one at all. The wires are so tight. So we're going to lose one in a minute. Okay, so the negative goes to that pin. It's easy enough to work out. Hang on, it's not right. Yeah, negative to that pin. Another 0.47. Unusual to see really low value caps like that. We're buffering, are we? Who's offline? No, I'm still online. Cheers. Cheers, Butch. Catch you soon, mate. Thanks for joining us today. Hope you've enjoyed it, mate. Tell you what, it's like a juggling game trying to get these in. Okay, there. Was it buffering a bit, Sean, was it? Buffering. Buffering. There and there. Anyone else getting the audio cutting out for a split second? It might be the noise gate I've got set up on the mic, so don't worry too much about that. It's just the way I've got the microphone set up. Ah! Oh. Stay there. Negative to the right. 33. Okay, we can measure that one. Negative to the right. 33. How many volts is that? 10 volts. 16. Negative to the right. Just cooking to bake an apple. It could be the internet because, to be fair, the desoldering tool should be holding the noise gate open anyway, so it's only if I go quiet that the noise gate will kick in. Just blackout noise instead of it hunting. Right, 33. This one's going to be bad, I'm sure. Cheers, David. Dave, catch you later, mate. Thanks for coming today. See you on Thursday. Same time, same place. 33 then. 10 volts. What do you reckon? Any guesses? Benji's gone bananas. 33, 67, 200 mark. 2 farads. 49.7. $69. Oh, Sean. So close. So close. 69, so more than double again, so over 100% out. Over 100% out. Not good, is it? But there you go. You do find that with these old Japanese capacitors, to be fair. If any of you have worked on any of the American sets, all the little Zeniths and that, they're notorious for it. Where are we? We're up here now, so if I was to screw that back in. No. So I think that's connected to that resistor and that wire. That's going to be a pain, isn't it? Had to be that one, didn't it? So the other side must go to ground. No, where's the other side of it go then? Tell you what. My eyes are getting worse, you know. Can't get an eye test, so can you? Feed it to the goat. Oh, okay. Well, that's tight. That's tight there. That's going to be tricky. Right, so we've got the brown wire. Brown wire and the resistor leg to take out the way. Turn that on there for a second. It's not got a lot of suck, that. Not a lot of suck. It's better. Oh, did it anyway. Right, this one's quite tight in there. It's the negative. Negative is to the left. 4.7. Negative to the left, Graham. Yeah. I'm not sure on that one, to be fair. I said negative to the left, but it's up and down. Damn, got to get the service manual. Actually, no, it was that way, wasn't it? So it was negative to the bottom. Yeah, no, okay, we're okay. No panic. It is a bit tricky, this particular cap, so I am going to put the scary specs on. It'll be very easy to bridge this one. There's very little clearance between the two pads there. That's really, really close. Right, now I'm going to get this brown wire and the resistor joined back on at the same time. Yeah, I don't like that particular part of the board very much. Don't like that joint very much. Let me just put a bit more solder on that. Better. There is a lot of caps on it, Sean, there is. Hell of a lot. But it's well made stuff, isn't it? 4.7, this was the 4.7. 4.7 then, what's it going to read? I reckon this one's kaput. Place your bets. 4.7. 100. Faulty, no component. 7.7. Oh, hello. It wants to test it again. Hello, it's keeping on testing it. Whee. Hang on. Don't think I've been leads on very well then. 7.76. 3 femtofarad. What the hell's a femtofarad? That one's shot as well. They're not faring very well, these caps, are they? Right, we've got another one right in tight next to that one. That's got to be here. Get out. Get out. Negative to the left again, so that's 4.7. It's another 4.7. Oh, got a 4.7 jump ship then. There he is. Got that. Jumping into the 2.2, so negative to the right. Ten past, 20 minutes to go. I reckon we'll have time to do this amp board. And we'll probably pick up the rest of this one on Thursday, shall we? Or do we want to do something else on Thursday? Right. 4.7. Last one was 7.6, I think, wasn't it? Excuse me. It's a Varicap. It's a Varactor diode, is it? Ooh, that one's 12. Knackered. Right. Two more. Okay, we've got the white wire right in the way now. Christ, and knocked me hot air gun off then. Right, what's this one? Negatives obviously to the top. $47, 10 volt. We got 4.7 stuffed in there. They get everywhere then, don't they? 16 volt. Really, is that? He looks big for a 4.7, a 47 I mean, doesn't it? $10 volt, 47 UF. Oh. New one's much smaller. 16 volts. 47. Hopefully you can still see what I'm doing. Yeah, you can. I've got the silly goggles on because I can't be asked to take them back off again. Right, one left to do. It's a lot of caps, that is. That is a hell of a lot of caps. Lost track of how many we've done now. We haven't tested that one either. What's this one then? 10 UF, 10 volts. Turn that racket off now. Right, so we've got two caps to test. Two caps to test. We've got a 47 at 10 volts, and we've got a 10 at 10 volts. So let's have your predictions for those two a minute while I just go loo. Let's skip tut loo. I'll be back. Back in the room. 13 and 450. Ooh, what? Controversial, Sean. 6.8, 8.5. 13 and 450, 12 and 390. It's only a 47. It's a 47 microfarad and a 10 microfarad. It's got flux all over my hands now. It's a bit dried up now, that one. It ain't working. Let's get another hand wipe thingy. Get another big wipes. Cheers, Mr. Laser Sound. Sorry about that, mate. Hopefully it's not my end. Thanks for joining us today, though, mate. Enjoyed your company. Catch you again on Thursday, same time, if you're about. And we'll carry on with this radio. 65, you reckon, for one of them? Or for the higher value, or are you just free there? Right. Let's go with the bigger one first, 47 then. See what that is. $118. Anybody got near that? 118. It's more than double again. And let me just get the... These clips are rubbish. I need to get some new clips for these leads. Yeah, 118. 118. I don't know who was closest to that then. We had 390, 450, 69. I don't know. You'd have to work that out. You have to argue that out amongst yourselves. I can't work that out. I can't do my maths on that. 118. Right, okay. 10 UF. 10 microfarads. That one's pretty good. 11.7 really. 11.68. Sean had 13. That's probably closest. No, hang on. Andrew's got 12. Andrew's nearly bang on. Theo was closest on the first one, 118. Yeah, he probably was. But Andrew's definitely got that. That is intolerance, isn't it? ESR slightly high though, George. 1.7. I would expect that to be below 1 really. Let's try a new 10 microfarad. I mean the ESR chart in that manual's rubbish. There you go. That's a new one. Look, 0.46. So it is high, George. Yeah, Andrew said 12. Andrew said 12. Theo. Andrew said 12, and it was 11.63. So I thought you're going to beat that. You were close with your 15. But I can't let you have that. Right, let's get this board back together then. That's all of them done, I think. I can't remember which side these wires were now. Were they in there? Probably were, weren't they? You won a Sony CRF V21. Cool, great stuff. Just nipped in the bud. Just pipped him to the post. More stuff to hide from the missus. I've got to get that Sony done actually, haven't I, that we started a while back. That's not very good there, is it? Can't get in there. I managed to get it unscrewed. Ah! I need me stubby. Where's me stumpies? Trouble is, the stumpies, they're not magnetic. Blow them up. Let's make sure we haven't got any of those wires pinched. Nope. Not very often I need to use a stubby screwdriver. What's going on here? It's deliberately fighting me now because it knows I'm going. There we go, all back together and safe. So dial cord's done, amplifier's done. Hang on, that's the wrong one. What are we on about strapping up frogs now? Radio caps are good for blowing up. Did I say hello, Stephen? I think I did, didn't I? Tantalums are good. Right, let's get back to me forward-facing camera. That's pretty good. 3 minutes to go. And I managed to get it done and back on. Great stuff. Oh, my main camera's pretty dark now. Let's just lighten that up a bit. What's going on there? That's better. There we go. That's it for today, people. Hopefully you've enjoyed that today. Thanks for those of you that have done the super chats once again. Much appreciated. You've been summoned for dinner as well, Sean. Yeah, so we're all on a curfew for. It's still a bit dark, a bit light even on me now. What's going on with this? Yeah, we're all on a curfew for 7:30 then, by the looks of it. So it's a good lot of work today done on that. So you're working Thursday, see you Sunday. All right, Mark? Catch you on Sunday, mate. And as I say, you'll be able to watch the stream later on anyway. So Thursday, answers on a postcard. What should we do Thursday? I think we'll carry on and get this one done, don't you? It's either that or I've got to get it done in the week. Either way, it'll get done. We haven't got many caps left to do. I think there's probably about 4 or 5 caps left to do on it now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 caps I think left. 5 caps to do and that'll be it. Test it and away we go. So cheers everybody, I hope you've enjoyed that today. As I say, if you're not subscribed, please subscribe. Make sure you click the bell so you get a notification when I'm coming on. Although I think the notification today didn't go out until I actually became live. Became live? Till I went live. That's more like it. A full alignment too, George. All right. No worries. We need another live stream, so that'll run into Sunday then, George. But yeah, look up the instructions, George, and have a look through the alignment on it. It's talking about wobulators and all sorts, so it might be interesting to have a go at that. So yeah, VTR178 Bush. Look up the instructions, and we'll give it a try. Cheers, Andrew, and you. 7.3s to you as well, Gary. Full IF sweep. Yeah, we can do it. We've got the kit. But the problem we had last time was getting my scope to set up in XY mode, if you remember, Andrew. I think Simon rang me and we tried to get it to work, but we couldn't get the there he is. Wobbler. Get the old wobbler out. Wobulator. You just do a standard alignment, none of this wobbling rubbish. I did put a message on there, Simon, asking about your little trimming tool as well. Where you got that to, like your little thin bladed, I don't know if it's brass or bronze trimmer. But if I can't get one of those, I wouldn't mind trying to make one actually. So we'll have to touch base on that. Well, my bottom scope is analog really. It's not a true analog, I don't suppose, but I'll have to dig the instructions out for the scope, Andrew, and we'll have a look at that maybe in the chat room tomorrow. It's an RS tool, is it? I think it's got a thin, long brass blade, doesn't it, Simon? But yeah, have a look, see if you can find that for me, mate. I'd appreciate that. If not, we'll make one. So, bye, people. Catch you on Thursday, same time, round about 3:30. So look out for a notification. If you don't get a notification, jump on around 3:30 and I should be there. Yeah. Cheers then, everyone. Catch you soon.